And there we go. The microphone is on. Let's hope my voice will hold out. And it feels a little bit better today. So, welcome everyone. Glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Glad to have everyone on board. And first off, I'm going to say thank you, Piggy, for that wonderful £2 super chat. And okay on officially hating MRIs. I can understand that. And well, at least with the confirmation, you know that the other guys aren't pulling the wool over your eyes, if you know what I'm saying. Anyway, thank you everyone for the welcomes. Appreciate that. And I like seeing all the wonderful people coming back in here. Of course, yesterday we did not have a stream, and that was to allow my voice to rest for a day. And hopefully it will hang in there for a while and be okay. So, nope, Dr. Fox, I agree. All right, well, you know, it's Piggy. It's unfortunate. I mean, but at least, you know, with having another opinion there, it kind of puts it to fact, right? And that way, you know what you're looking at, and you can gauge your battle, if you will, on those grounds. So, anyway. Let's get at the show, though, and I know there's people that had all kinds of lava withdrawals and kind of you know, hard time and not being able to see anything yesterday. And Philomena, I wanted to make the comment, the reason you didn't get a notification yesterday for sure was because I was not on. So that would make a lot of sense from YouTube. Anyway, let's do this. Henry was number one again. So Henry gets the cookies. There you go. So that is taken care of, and we'll get at saying hello to everyone. And we'll start out by saying, first off, welcome to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, and Piggy, and C&D Boy, and possibly Gary, 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, as well as Lucas Snow, and Joseph Fields, Texas, and possibly even Mona Lisa Smiles, and a few others. You never know. We do have a whole bunch of them in the list, so possibilities are numerous, but we're not going to name all of them because, gee, I forgot some of them. Anyway, let's carry on with things and say hi to everyone. I see Gaines there. Welcome, Gaines, and Sophie, and Echo the Bot. Welcome back. And, of course, we got Henry already. And welcome Philomena and Grandma B. I'm glad that you're back on board and hope your eye has improved a whole bunch and you're able to see a little bit better. Welcome to Perfectability 999, Brian, as well as Bill Kimmel. And let's see, scrolling up, Kevin Haynes is back. Welcome, Sophie. We got Sharon Stewart. I hear you. Sue is here. Welcome, Sue, and got your two reports and the volcano report. So that is awesome. Thank you. And going up the list a little bit more, looking for others that we didn't say hello to yet. We got Kevin, got Grandma B, Pistol Pete. Hey, neighbor. Hope you're enjoying the nice warm day out here in Edmonton. It's supposed to get some rain tomorrow night. I don't know how much we'll get, but we'll see. Scott Hartman is also back. Welcome, Scott. And let's see, still scrolling up, looking for others. Dan is on board. Welcome, Dan. And still scrolling up, there is a Wonky Donkey. Wonky Donkey, the company van has GPS tracking on the tires, so don't even consider it. Oh, by the way, I have the work van at home, so that is all good. I've got my own van at home and the work van, so that's a bonus and a benefit. And let's see, we got Grandma B, we got Scott, we got Philomena, we got Sharon. We're going up the list looking for more. And see who else might be in here. Diane, welcome back. Good to have you on here. And let's see who else we may have hiding in there. Somewhere in the Lurkers Lounge, maybe. I have no idea. Could be people in the Lurkers Lounge. They do that. Let's see, still scrolling upward, and yeah, I'm trying to not overdo it with my voice today, so I think so far the day of rest has helped a whole bunch. We'll see how the evening progresses here with the show, so hopefully things will be all right. And still scrolling up, looking for more people. I know there's got to be some names that I might have missed in here, so hopefully I'll get everyone. And I am up as high as I can go. Hermione and Fluffy. I didn't mention Hermione yet. Welcome back, Hermione. And Fluffy, of course, if Fluffy is there. And let's go back down to the bottom. Valerie Fuller, welcome on board. Resting comfortably in the Lurkers Lounge. Excellent. And Johnny Gonzalez, also here. Welcome, Johnny. And let's see, greets to everyone in the channel and those entering. And yeah, we're doing all right. So hopefully everything is going to be good from here on in. Adele, welcome. And Piggy gifted a membership as well. I missed that one. And Piggy gifted one. I'm writing that down. And Adele51 got that. So congratulations, Adele. And let's see who else might be in here, just sneaking up a little bit since I was going downward or upward on the list earlier. So I think we've got everyone for now. If I did not say hi to you, it's not intentional. I may have missed a name or two, but I tried to say hello to everyone and make you feel a little bit more at home, since we're all part of that wonderful lava family, myself included. And I consider me just as much of a member of the group as all of you, each and every one of you. So that is awesome and wonderful. Even though I'm running the show, you know, somebody's got to do it. So anyway, let's see. What do we got for news today? Let's see. Quake-wise, we had a 6.1 in Japan. That was a fair-size quake. And I was looking at the quake map. I really didn't see anything that was super large other than that one. That's about it. But 6.1 still fairly heavy duty quake. And of course that's actually right near Tokyo, so I'm sure those good folks there would have felt it. It definitely would have been felt in that region. Hopefully it didn't cause any damage or anything like that. I do have to admire the Japanese, because they live in an area that is subject to quakes and is subject to storms and other fine things such as volcanoes. They are better prepared than many people around the planet. So that's one of the things that I do have to commend them on. Very well done of Japan. So let's see what else we got happening. Well, as far as Popocatépetl still pumping out a lot of material, that is kind of on the obvious side. And still seeing some activity in Hawaii as far as quakes are concerned, and not as many as what we've previously had, but fingers crossed that there's less quakes and more volcano action. Preferably in places like Helemaumau crater. That would be really awesome. But speaking of Hawaii, let's maybe take a quick peek, and we'll start off there with our journey around the planet and see what we've got going on. So first I am going to pause that lava, then we will get rid of it. And just got an email from someone here. What the heck is that? Oh wow. Wow. Okay, we will show the fancy t-shirt a little while. I'll have to see if I can get that flipped over and included. Somebody got a really neat t-shirt. Oh, by the way, the thing on the screen there, that's our secret volcano for today, for all of those who have looked at that and kind of wondered. I'm not going to give anything away. No hints for a while. I know, that's going to be a tough one. Sophie, I said no hints. No guessing. Yeah, it is a little eerie, isn't it, Sue? I like it though. It's a neat looking shot. Of course, the thing that it's blocking out is the moon. And yeah, I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to give anything away. Let's turn off that big banner, and we'll continue on. We'll go take a look at Helemaumau crater, and let's see. I just got another. Oh, that came in again. All right. No worries. Okay, that's from Diane out of the Workers' Lounge. Lurkers Lounge. All right, we got it, Diane, and thank you. And I will show that. No guessing until after bacon seeds. You got it right there, Henry. Very cool pick. Yeah, I think it's a Russian. Oh, you guys. I'm glad you're thinking that. Anyway, what you're looking at is nothing that is rushing around. This, of course, is Helemaumau crater, which is a Kilauea, and that is on the big island of Hawaii, in the state of Hawaii, and we like it. Hey, Michael Olson is here. Welcome. Anyway, since we didn't have a stream yesterday, this, really hasn't changed any over the last 2 days, so I'm not going to talk too much about it. We are still seeing smoke coming from the places that it had been coming from previously, which of course is what it is. So still hasn't dipped down or dropped by several hundred meters or anything, so we're still intact. Here's from yesterday, actually. No, hang on, that's 2 days ago. No, yesterday, sorry. I'm going to refresh that picture. Let's see, there we go. That is the current picture, looking from the other angle, of course. There's your southeast lava pond central event, and west lava pond with the smoke emanating from that northern leg of it, and of course the west west event. And then of course we're seeing down on the bottom here, we're seeing that smoke coming out of there, and at nighttime that is still producing some illuminance, so interesting to see. Hopefully we'll see something pop in here. That'd be really awesome. This one, of course, is the old B1 cam shot from yesterday. I will get today's on here and let you peruse that. Not too much different. A couple extra puffs of steam in there. And yeah, we're not seeing anything different in there right now. This shot not so great, so we can't see the back wall, see if there was any more avalanches of any sort. Not sure if that's steam going up right over there on the right hand side, but looks pretty normal. Let's take a quick peek there. Henry, since I started a little bit late, 15 minutes after the hour, I'm gonna go run a little bit longer here, and we'll do that just so you guys get a full benefit out of things. And there we go. And yeah, it's only fair. Anyway, looking at the thermal image, we don't see too much new stuff. Pretty much all looking the same as it did before. The glow spot's still there. It's a cool dock and just being safe. Yeah, I think we'll go another 5 minutes before I go take that break, and then I do want to keep those breaks intact and not make them too long, so hopefully we can do that. Anyway, got to make sure I save my voice. I don't want to wreck what I kind of healed up with yesterday, so let's keep it as that. Let's go to our next place of interest and joy, and of course that is our wonderful Iceland. And not the greatest of weather there from what I see. Of course it is 11:31 there in the morning, or in the evening I should say, and we are seeing a bunch of cloud in the background. I did notice, I did kind of peek and go back, and it's been raining and kind of yucky weather. Michael Olson throws in a super chat. Have a Pepsi on me when you go on a break. By the way, my daughter is now watching. Awesome, Michael, and thank you very kindly. And let's get that on here. And yes, you know, we do encourage basically everyone to come on board, and we do keep it as a clean channel. And you know, your kids definitely are welcome to have a peek and see what the world is like in the volcano business. So anyway, this is about 11 hours and 45 minutes ago. 11:46 is the time there, and we are at the Perlan Center in Reykjavik, the capital city of Iceland. So it wasn't very good weather there today. If we go back to about the 9-hour mark, about the same thing. So yeah, yucky rain, not good. So let's put that back on live, and we'll make that one smaller, and we'll go to the next one. Have a quick peek there, and there we can see the regional airport. All runways are all wet, and everything does look wet, and those clouds look like they were raining kittens and puppies on everything. So looking at it about 10 hours ago, yeah, you didn't want to be out there. You needed a raincoat for sure. We'll leave that one be. I'm going to put it back on live. Let's go to the next one. This, of course, is down on the Reykjanes Peninsula, right near the lighthouse. The lighthouse would be off to the right-hand side of this shot. But what we are seeing, of course, is the power plant, geothermal power plant. I noticed they turned off the extra venting and are back to normal operation there. We do still see that one wonderful primary vent producing steam, or geyser, if you want to call it that. It's not pulsating or anything, but it is just continual off-gassing of very hot, moist, well, steam in general. So it looks pretty good. Working on the foundations of a solar array that I'm building. That is awesome, Michael. Love solar panels, and that is a passion that I love to be able to deal with and have my own. But unfortunately, where I am renting and stuff like that, you can't exactly do that. They don't. They kind of frown down on cutting into the wiring and things. I have no idea why. Anyway, earlier in the day, we go take a look here. This is roughly about 10 hours ago. We do see a fair amount of steam coming from the plant itself. The steam geyser over on the right is definitely producing. And of course it was raining, so that's kind of what we see. Let's just bring that back. This is about, I don't know, 7 hours and 45 minutes ago. It didn't look like it was raining too much anymore, but by the shake of the camera, that's a good indicator that it was windy there. And yes, Iceland is a fairly windy place, so that is something to, if you're going there, something to bear in mind. Let's leave the peninsula and we'll go to our next shot. And of course, that is our wonderful scene of Katla. Katla is supposed to be visible over here in the ice fields, but apparently it doesn't believe in showing itself, especially on yucky rainy days. And that is what we're seeing. So going back a little bit there, that's about 3¼ hours ago, or 3 hours and 45 minutes ago. And the further back we go, the worse the weather got. And this, of course, is, what's that, 5½ hours ago. Let's go to the 9-hour mark, and it's even worse. So I don't believe we're going to be able to see that. A break, and a break your, top of the hour. Oh, Piggy, it is a time for a break. And thank you for that next super chat there already. Wow, Piggy, you're very generous. I appreciate that. Thank you very kindly. And we'll write that down. There we go. Got it. All right, listen to Piggy and take a break. I am going to take a break. And let's put you back here to the live screen for a second. We'll make that one smaller. We're going to put this back on our wonderful lava that we had going. And there we go. And I want to get that little banner on the bottom. And I am going to go take that break. So hang in there, everyone. For those who are enjoying the show, please don't forget to hit the like button. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you're sitting in the Lurkers Lounge. And I will go and try to load up. A matter of fact, let's do that now. I'm going to save that picture. And we'll see if we can show it right here, right now. This is a t-shirt. And that was from Diane. T-shirt. I'm just giving it a name here so I can load it, and we'll show that before I take off on my break. So let's get that image up there and show you guys. So where the heck did it go? XX Diane Volcano. Where did you go? Oh, I'm in the wrong folder. Okay, let's try that again. Yeah, I gotta love it. Scanning for the wonderful photo. Oh, there it is. I'm gonna have to turn that photo a little bit. Give me a second. And for some reason, it needs to be adjusted slightly. So this is a wonderful t-shirt that our good friend Diane got, and or Diane's daughter actually picked it up in Costa Rica, and that is an awesome shot of a volcano, a painting, I guess, and I think that is cool. That is Volcan Arenal, Costa Rica. And yep, that'd be a proud t-shirt to be wearing. So very, very awesome. And you gotta love it. Anyway, I am going to go take that break. So, and thanks to Diane for sharing that. And we really appreciate it. And we're kind of jealous. And I hope that's all cool. Okay, well, maybe I'll show that in a little bit later again, but I've got to load it up now anyway. Here comes some music, you guys. Hit the like button if you haven't done that, and I'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes. Thanks. And there we go. That microphone is on. And a big welcome to Maya Olson. And glad to have you on board. And yes, Maya, you can ask Dad. Ask him. Said, hey, why is that volcano naked and why it doesn't have any clothes on? Oh, I'm gonna get in trouble real quick. Thank you for the welcome backs there, Sue and Kevin and Scott. And thanks, thank you, Maya. And actually, I think that's a nice name, Maya. And thank you, Johnny. And let's see, who else? Uh-oh, I think we got everybody. I'm waiting for Sharon Stewart to go, I hear you, DrFox2000. But we'll try not to do that. Welcome back, Daddy. Thanks, Piggy. Oh, that's awesome. And anyway, glad you guys are here and enjoying our wonderful Friday evening. And that is May 26th of 2023. And he talks about volcanoes all the time. Well, and now you get to see what he talks about. Thank you, Hermione and Sleepy Fluffy. That is awesome. I figured you were looking at the icon picture there that you've got there. That obviously is something a little bit on the more adult type style. So all cool. And yeah, I'm just teasing a little bit there. It's all good. Anyway, let's go over and have a look at what we see in our wonderful Icelandic harmonic tremor chart. It's going to stop this wonderful lava flow. And let's see, there we go. We'll stop it right there. And we'll go over and take a look. First off, we're going to look at the area for Fagradalfjall. And that, of course, is where our wonderful Ragnar and Siggy are located. And there's the chart for today. And, of course, we're going to kind of encompass yesterday as well. We've seen yesterday it did take a little bit of a drop in the magmatic area and stopped somewhere around here and then proceeded to climb back up. And that is of interest. And we've seen the same kind of decline in our green color here, which is basically our seismatic, if you want to call it that. And that is what we were seeing there. And then, of course, we see a big dive in our tectonic and then a rebound and some quakes. We see some quakes in the area. So we're going to have a look at that, and that would be pretty awesome. Ooh, a lava cookie for Maya. Oh, you're lucky. Those are yummy there. Why are advertising my exact age on the internet? Now I have to worry about creeps. Don't. Yeah, don't be advertising. That is not good. No. We don't mention. Yeah, way to go, Piggy. And that is a good. I hope you only removed the thing. I did it. I said her age. Oh, you shouldn't. Michael, you got to keep things like that private. It's all right. But yeah, it's okay. Piggy deleted that. We don't want people seeing that. That's kind of a personal information, and you know, it's best that we just don't do that. It's all good. The fact that she said she's an adult was plenty fine. Yeah, bad dad. Yeah, bad dad. There you go. Watch out, Michael. You're going to get snout bopped a few times from Piggy. Anyway, let's look at Astia real quick. I moved the chart up here. Yesterday we were seeing a tremendous amount of up and down activity, almost like things are vibrating or something. And then we've seen a major drop in both seismicity and tectonic movement, as well as, well, our magmatic did go down in level as well. We do see some spikes there, so likely some earthquakes in our Askia area. We'll take a look at that once we get to the earthquakes. And let's continue on here. Next one we want to take a look at is our most northerly location, and of course that is Grimsey, the island of Grimsey, and that is what we were seeing from yesterday. Almost a little bit of a roller coaster here, going up and down and then up and down and up and down and up, and we are on the up right now, and we are seeing the very similar movement in the seismatic, but looking at what we see here, we had some more quakes in the area, obviously, by the looks of what we're seeing here. And it is on an upward trend, and then it dropped off all of a sudden right at the end. We'll have to keep an eye on that. And this, of course, is Grindavik, which is to the southwest of Ragnar or Fragedalfjall area. And we see that same kind of decline and then increase in the magmatic, and then same kind of a level again for our seismic, and as well as for our tectonic movement. So that's kind of interesting. So this is to the southwest of Fragedalfjall. Let's take a look at the Kristevik chart, which is to the northeast, and we'll get that's northeast of Fragedalfjall, of course. There's Kristevik, and it too basically exhibited almost an identical style for our magmatic and seismatic, slightly different on the tectonic, but not by much, and we do see a couple little spikes in there, so likely some little earthquakes. Let's put this back on Fragedalfjall, and then we will continue on with looking at some earthquakes here before we get to our wonderful break. And then, of course, after the break, we're going to have bacon seeds. So let's leave that there, and we will go over here and take a look at a roundabout number of about 104 earthquakes in the last 24 hours. And we see all kinds of them. The largest one here is 3.2 way up in the north here at 7:01 a.m., 4.9 kilometers down. And we'll get back to that one in a bit. We see very little in the middle section here. So, of course, that is... no, hang on. Where am I here? There's Bardabunga, and there's Grimsvatn, and that area kind of really quiet right now. But we'll have a look first at our Reykjanes Peninsula, and we'll take another zoom in here. There you can see our wonderful capital city of Reykjavik, and there is the Keflavik International Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Jarðvík. We move down a little bit, we can see our wonderful blue lagoon right in there, and the power plant beside it. And then we go down south a little bit more. There you can see the two naval radio towers, as well as the town of Grindavik, and of course its harbor and everything, which is pretty cool and awesome. Pardon me. Looking over here, I just wanted to point out the lighthouse that we mentioned earlier, and that star is about where that camera is located, so that is pretty awesome. And the power plant is right there, and that geyser would be right over here somewhere. So that is kind of where things are. But let's take a look at this one. This was from 9:32 in the morning, 1.34 in magnitude, 5.7 kilometers down. We don't see anything else out here on this side, and we only see one in the area of Grindavik, and that is from 5:55 this morning, a 0.86, 6 kilometers down for him. Now I'm happy to talk about this next one. You see this outline here. That, of course, is outlining our Fragile Field area. And we do have some quakes in there, which is really nice. And this is the location of Ragnar, and that is the Siggy Fissure. And here's our first quake, a 1.25, 5.6 kilometers down from 1447. And there's the rest. We're all down here, and this is a not creaky area, and then of course that's not haggy over here. But let's look at these. 0.61, 1.3 kilometers down, 1025 was the time on that. Another one at 1025, a 0.89, 1.5 kilometers down. Then from 1047 to 1.28. And that is only a 2.4 kilometers down, which is interesting. And a 1.47 from 1024, 2.2 kilometers down, and that is interesting too. There's a 3 there. Why am I only, no, there's only 2 there. All right, so looks like 3. There's the third one. 0.4, 5.2 kilometers out, and or down, I should say. And 11:55 is the time on that. Then we also have a 0 out here in the water, 5 kilometers down, 3:19 was the time. And moving on a little bit, over here is Kristevik, and towards the capital city of Reykjavik, and we did have a 0.8, 1.1 kilometers down, and that is from 1702, and next one over is this one, and that's Brennenstein Fjord, and that is from 6:02 a.m. 0.1, 6.1 kilometers down, just off shore, a 0.4, 1.1 kilometers down, 5:45 a.m. for him. Next one is a 1.73 from 5 kilometers down, 9 a.m. is what we had there. Moving over a little bit, this is Hekla, and this is where this quake occurred, a 1.19, 5.8 kilometers down, a 3:10 this morning for him. Then getting very close to, well, this is Eyjafjallajökull, and this, of course, over here is Katla. And it's kind of in between, these all are. Anyway, 4:11 a.m., a 0.1, 5.2 kilometers down. And then we had a 0.5, 6.3 kilometers down, 23, where'd it go? 23:25. That was this one. No, they stole one quake off of me, darn it. Anyway, yeah, 0.4, 1 click down, 23:25. And that is just about an Eyjafjallajökull, so could have been something just underneath here. We know there's a lot of drainage happening because it's warmer weather, so the ice sheets here are melting somewhat and dumping a bunch of stuff out. Anyway, they're forewarning me it's a break time. I'm going to do Ask Ya, and then we'll go on break. 0.7, 3.3 kilometers down, 1914 was the time on that. And from 5 minutes after midnight, a 1.2, 3 kilometers down. And that is it. So that is good for there. We will look at the rest after the break, which of course will be after bacon seeds and our secret volcano. So we'll go back over and take a look at our lovely lava. For those people who didn't have a guess yet, our secret volcano is looking like that. Don't worry about the archive footage there, but that is our secret volcano. I know it's a little eerie, but it should be an easy one to guess. Anyway, let's leave that on. And no guessing just yet, and I am not going to say whether you're right or wrong, because no guessing till after bacon seeds. And I'm gonna keep my little trap shut. Yeah, no worries. All right, those good people who are here, and welcome. Heaven is right here. Glad to have you on board. And for those who haven't hit that like button yet, please do consider doing that. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. Anyway, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in 5 or 6 or so minutes, and then we'll have bacon seeds, and we'll carry on with the wonderful earthquakes there in Iceland, because I'm curious about what's going on up north, and obviously some tectonic movement. Don't go away, lots more to come. I'll be back. Thanks. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs from Henry and Sue and Scott and Kevin and Piggy. Piggy, I don't eat my own cake at the fair. Uh-oh. And Sharon Stewart is here saying, I hear you, DrFox2000. And good to have you on board, Sharon. Anyway, it is a bacon seed time, so let's do that. We will go take a look at our wonderful bacon seeds. We're going to pause that volcano, and there we go. And let's see, Sharon is here for the seeds. Yeah, well, let's take a look. And remember, last time we showed seeds, this was our final shot there. That is the snout bopper strengthening and stuff like that for sideways bopping and stuff like that. Apparently, Piggy is an expert on that. I'm not so good with that, but anyway, that is a wonderful. She did send some new ones, and there, of course, is Piggy is sending away, and you know, we all love Piggy, and I'm hoping that she gets back into her cheerful spirits like this, and I know that the MRI results weren't the best for her, but. I hope she's bopping around there and happy. Anyway, that is what she was sending. So let's take a look at the first bacon seed for today. And apparently it's a little guy who's kind of hiding behind the glitter and the glamour. And I wonder if he's come out to play. And that is pretty awesome. I like that little guy. He's got a nice looking little bopper and a smile on his face. Next one, of course, is a carrot, a cake, a portion of a vegetable, and classed as one of your five a day. Wonky donkey, you can have a carrot cake, but then again, so can pigs. It's very edible. And I think you can freeze it. I've frozen carrot cake before, and it comes back very nicely. So moist and yummy, and but usually I don't need to worry about it. I eat the darn thing all the way through. I like carrot cake. I don't know why. Anyway, that's our second little snout bopper. I gotta love that. Nice big fat belly on it, so we know it's not malnourished, and that is awesome. Let's see our next bacon seed. And these guys are going grocery shopping, and they've got all kinds of good food for themselves there. That is always important. Your piggies have to go shopping just like everybody else, and they have to get their vegetables and their fruit. So they've got a good variety there. That is awesome. Let's carry on and see what else is happening here. And there's some, these guys are getting a wheelbarrow full of apples. And that is great. They've got their own, yeah, I was going to say piggy and a shopping cart. That is pretty awesome. This one here is kind of a neat looking. They're inspecting the apples, and hopefully they've got enough that they can fill up that wheelbarrow. It looks like they do, so that is awesome. And next, a bacon seed, of course, is these guys. And you know, I think a hogwash is required. They definitely look like they've got some dirty snouts on them, and they're out and about playing. Yeah, I gotta love it. Definitely little hogwash guys. And let's see, what else we got? Yeah, double hogwashes. That is awesome. These guys, on the other hand, are the ones with those little snorkel snouts, and I think that they're kind of cute. Obviously, kind of different looking eyeballs on them, but very interesting looking little piggies, having a drink and enjoying their pen. And let's get to the next one. And this guy is obviously checking out the camera. The other one is hiding over on the right hand side. He said, no, you can't take pictures of me, I'm hiding. And that is what we got there. What happened? Henry Nelson, that is called baiting. You're baiting? Don't bait. You can just lay there like that and pretend that you're waiting for something, and the prey will come along. Anyway, I like that piggy, and that is an awesome shot, and hopefully that is nice for you guys as well. Let's get to the next one. So eating a whole cake is classed as a 5-a-day, then I'm so happy. Yep, wonky donkey, it is part of the ritual, and you do need to eat, just like this little piggy who's getting some nourishment. That little piggy, though, almost looks like he's big enough to eat the entire bottle in one shot. I would maybe recommend putting that one on a little bit heavier food. That's not so little anymore, and that is pretty awesome. And let's see, we've got the last bacon seed for today's stack that Piggy sent, and that of course is this guy, and he looks like he's just having a nice little sit down out in the field, enjoying his time, and that is pretty cool. Now I loaded up a different one here. This is of course one that was being I guess petted or whatever, but he looks happy. Definitely a happy looking camper, getting some TLC there, dried off a little bit with a towel, and very cool. I think he just came out of the hogwash. He looks pretty clean, and you gotta like that, you guys. I like shots like that. That is very nice. A good looking piggy. So that's it for our bacon seeds today, and hope everyone enjoyed them. And I know this guy is enjoying his scratches and the drying off and stuff. So very cool. All right, let's get over to our secret volcano. And I know you guys are chomping at the bit to try to guess what that one is. So let's get rid of the volcano lava and the archived thing on the bottom there. All right, so it's guess the secret volcano time, and you are welcome to try. All right, Kevin says Merapi. No, it's not Merapi. And Piggy says Fuego. No, it's not Fuego. All right, I've got everybody stumped. Yeah. Oh boy, I like this shot because it is covering up the moon, which is kind of neat. And it's not Mount Etna. No, sorry, Piggy. No, Semeru. It's not Semeru. It is not Erebus. Somebody had just said it is Mayon. A wonky donkey. Congratulations. A wonky donkey is got it right. It is Mayon, and a wonky donkey gets it. And congratulations, a wonky donkey. Wonky and donkey. We'll get that in there. So a wonky donkey, congratulations on guessing it so quickly. And curious, did you know, or were you just guessing? And by the way, those lava cookies are carrot infused lava cookies, so enjoy them. Anyway, that is pretty awesome looking, and I thought it was a nice photo, and thought it'd be something interesting to throw in there. You knew? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sure you knew. You likely seen that photo. It's, let's see, when is that actually from? I did write that down. That's February 1st of 2018 is when that shot was taken. And of course, it is Mayon, a volcano in the Philippines. So there we go. That is cool and awesome. I knew I'm clever. Okay. It must be all those carrots you're eating. Okay, let's get back over to our wonderful earthquakes that we were looking at, and try to kind of disseminate what the rest of everything was going. We did ask ya. Anyway, Piggy, if you have to get yourself a nap, by all means, you get some rest, okay, hon? And do your thing. And we'll be okay. Don't worry. So, Piggy, please do rest. And we'll see you tomorrow. Anyway, for what we're doing here, we went up to Astia, and we stopped there. They did pull off about 5 earthquakes off of our list there, and we had 104. Now we're down to 99. But let's keep going here, and that one is from 1815, a 1.5, 5.1 kilometers down for that guy. And then, of course, we already mentioned this 3.2 up in the north here, 4.9 kilometers down from 7:01 a.m. We'll grab this 2.5 real quick, 1.1 kilometer down, and that was at 7:01. Now let's get into the business right around Grimsey. This is the island of Grimsey, and we have a whole mess of earthquakes. We're not going to go through each and every one of them. There are some big ones in here I want to point out. You can see 2.71 right there, 10.4 kilometers down, 6:29 a.m. for him. We'll grab this 1.6, that seems to be the closest to Grimsey. 11:22 was the time on it, 12.5 kilometers down, quite deep. And we'll grab a couple more out of here. 2.1, 9.5 kilometers down, 11:18 this morning. There's another 2 right there, and that came in at 9 kilometers down at 5:46 a.m. And let's grab a few more just to kind of keep up with the depth. And that's from 14:45, a 1.74, 9.6 kilometers down, 1.53, 9.5 kilometers down, 6:31 this morning. Let's maybe grab this one, 1.4, 5.6 kilometers down, 7:13. And going over here, 0.3, 5.2 kilometers down, 14:05. And there's a 1.3, 5.6 kilometers down, 6:35 this morning. And we'll just grab this one here, 1.39, 7.1 kilometers down from 14:15. So that gives you a pretty good sample there. Let's go into some of the ones a little further southeast here. That is a 2.1, that's only 300 meters down, and that's from 16:15. And when they get shallow like that, I always wonder if they're going to show a little bit of a burp underneath the ocean, and we'll see. And I did want to point something out on the SO2 map. We'll point to it later though. Anyway, this is a 1.61, 16.3 kilometers down from 6:15 this morning. Welcome, Yvonne Kunkel. Glad to have you on board. 9:14 a.m., 2.09, 11.4 kilometers down. Next one is a 1.94, 8.7 kilometers down. 8:42 a.m. for that guy. Then we had a 1.5 right here from a 2044, and that is from a 10.8 clicks down. 2.3 over here, 6 kilometers down, and that is 1815, and 2.1, 6.5 kilometers down from 14 minutes after 9 a.m. We'll do this 1.2 here, and that'll be it. 1.29 kilometers down, 1613 is the time on it. So that gives you a pretty good idea of what's happening with that swarm as far as the amounts of earthquakes. And like I mentioned, this one up in the north here, the 3.2, that's the biggest one that was out of the last 24 hours. So gotta love it, but of course we always are encouraged when we see some quakes in our Fragata Fjeld area, because we know there could be a potential of more swarming and then lava movement or magma movement, and I'd love to see some lava popping out in or Ragnar or even in Siggy. That would be pretty cool. Anyway, let's leave that. I want to see a Fragata Fjeld going again. Yeah, me too, Yvonne. I really do. I'd love to see something in there, and it doesn't have to be right at Ragnar. It doesn't have to be right here. It can be over here in Geldingadalr, right in the valley, or down here, or even on the side of a Storkruger. That would be really cool to see some good access for all the good people. Even if it's down here and not Haggy, I would like that as well. I think that'd be interesting and neat to see it kind of on the back end of the hill here, or maybe just on top of the hill, right in that little top spot, and have it flowing down. That would be awesome. And I have a feeling that we will see her again. That is awesome. When that comes from a volcanologist, that's a good feeling. And that is really cool. All right, not going to bother going to the Azores. There was nothing happening there. Let's go over to Mexico, and we will have a look at Mr. Frosty Popocatépetl and see what is happening there now. And we know Popocatépetl has been continuously going on. It was all day yesterday, and it's been going for almost a week straight now without taking too many breaks. And unfortunately right now, the biggest problem that we always have with any of these volcanoes is visibility. And of course, having to mention Popocatépetl is a very tall volcano, and for clouds to be around the top is not an unusual thing. But this is what we're seeing there at present, and you can see the snow there. Unfortunately, we have so much cloud on top of that caldera, we are unable to see it. And then, hey, Grenzed is here. Welcome, Grenzed. Let's back up a little bit here and see if we can find some spots where we can actually see a little bit more. With that cloud in the way, see, it's stuff like that, and it's frustrating. And of course, being a volcano observer, it's hard to come up with any kind of statements when this is what you're seeing, right? You're kind of relying on other methods of being able to tell what's been happening at the volcano rather than visual observations. Here you can see a lot less snow, and this is a lot earlier, and obviously that is from 10:07 a.m. You only have a little bit of snow on it, so whatever we got was during the course of the day. And right now there you can see that it is pluming out some very dirty ash-like material. If we go back just a little bit, There you can see the kind of pluming it's been doing, and that is 4 minutes after 10 a.m. And going back a little bit, it did seem like it was kind of slowing down a bit. I don't know if that's just me, or it's maybe it's just the calm before the storm. Yeah, what happened to Etna? Yeah, Popocatépetl has had a great eruption, and so had Etna. Yeah, Yvonne, Etna's going to come back, though. We know that. It's going to happen. Of course, here's what we're seeing earlier. This was at 7:53 a.m. And when you're looking at what's going on here, this very, very white cloud material, you kind of have to wonder, is that from the volcano? If so, how come is it throwing off all kinds of gases rather than throwing out lots of tephra? I want tephra. I'm sorry, I'm greedy. This is earlier in the morning, and of course, again, our big nemesis here is the cloud factor. And there you can see from 6:26 a.m. a little bit more of that. It is time for me to take another break, you guys. We were going to take a look at Fuego, and Fuego's been very reluctant. We'll maybe get back to Fuego after the break. That was our secret volcano. Let's leave that guy be. That is Mayon, and of course our wonderful Wonky Donkey guested. And let's get you back on here, and I am going to go take a break. I don't want to wreck my voice, so keep smiling for those good people who are here. If you have not yet hit the like button and you're enjoying the show, please do give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. On that friendly note, I will be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. I'll be back. go. The microphone is back on. And Kia Ora Grenzed, good to have you back on board. And thank you for the welcome back, Sue and Kevin Haynes. And I hear you from Sharon Stewart. And thanks, Scott Hartman. Awesome, you guys. Anyway, let's carry on with the show, and hopefully we'll be able to see some interesting things. So let's start out with, well, we were looking at Popocatépetl. Of course, this is its current state, or a picture, or a video live. And you do see some snow built up on it, not much, but cloudy, and on occasion you even see some lightning happening, or at least I did see some just a few minutes back. And thank you, Scott, as well, for that. Welcome back. Anyway, let's take a look at a report. We have one report here from Popocatépetl, and of course Volcano Discovery is the one who produced that. So let's have a look at this photo first. And I think that's a pretty awesome shot of the caldera. And you can definitely see the material flying out of there. And that is a really, well, as they say here, abundant ash emissions from Popocatépetl this morning. And that is indeed more abundant ash emissions. And it is nice to be able to see inside it. Yes, absolutely, Sue. And thank you for sending this in to me, by the way. Next shot is this one, and same title again, just a slightly different angle, and that is very, very awesome. And that is what Popo's been doing, and that's kind of the shape of that caldera. Really nice to see inside there, and pretty awesome as far as I'm concerned. There, of course, is the locations of Popocatépetl in central Mexico, about 70 kilometers southeast of Mexico City. And then they go on to some other photos, but we won't worry about them. Anyway, as they say, abundant ash emissions followed by a strong bursting yesterday. And that is what we've got. So the highly elevated explosive activity at the volcano continues. A vigorous burst of dense ash and gas emissions occurred from the summit crater in the early morning yesterday. The continuous eruption lasted several dozen minutes, generating an ash-rich billowing column to estimated at 25,000 feet, or 7,600 meters in the southeast direction. And that is better because that's going away from Mexico City. Strong volcanion-sized explosions continue to take place, throwing large amounts of incandescent lava fragments from the summit event onto the variously oriented slopes. Yeah, in other words, all directions basically. Seismic records registered 1,098 minutes of volcanic tremor and 19 ongoing emissions of water vapor, gas, and ash over the past 24 hours. Not a surprise, guys, and not a surprise. Anyway, I'm not going to read all of that stuff. We're just going to show some of these other little shots. And unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to make them full screen. Otherwise, we get into a copyright issue. But I am going to post the link. So if you guys feel like having that look at it on your own, you can. This is what they were seeing. And that is pretty awesome. And of course, this is some drone footage, I believe. And that is pretty cool. and very, very neat. Oh, I missed what you said there, Sue, but that is all okay. Anyway, yeah, it looks like some drone footage, and I gotta love that. That is just absolutely tremendous, seeing that beautiful eruptive material coming out of there. And there are a couple other videos that were similar to this. This one is 2 minutes and 2 minutes and 51 seconds long. So I'm going to let it play. I don't know, I don't hear any volume from it, so obviously they may have muted that for whatever purpose, but still pretty awesome to see. And they do a little bit of a fly around, which is really nice, and that gives you a little bit better perspective of where we are. And there you can see some of the snow-covered slope on the right hand side, and of course the vigorous activity coming out of the volcano itself. And it is indeed basically a single cone up top there with a single I guess output vent, if you want to call it that. So just monitoring the videos, yeah, or mentioning the videos, yeah, no worries, Sue. All good. I did see them, and I, kind of peeked, and I thought, yeah, this is worthy of showing. Unfortunately, like I said last time I did the full screen thing, we ended up getting a copyright strike from someone, so we're leaving it as a partial picture. And of course that is this was put on Twitter, actually, so that is pretty cool. I like that. That is pretty wild. I forgot to say on the report. Oh, okay, and no worries, Sue. And I think that looks just absolutely wonderful, and very awesome to be able to see right into the crater, the caldera. That's a ash cloud that lingers a few kilometers above the crater now. Yep, it definitely does. There was another video, and this one, of course, is from Webcam de Mexico, and we can play that one. This is of the same event, and this is a time lapse though, and this is what was happening, and that's actually from yesterday morning, you guys. So nobody's confused with the dates and so on, but that looks pretty awesome, and that is a nice view of what we were able to see there, and really cool. And unfortunately, because I wasn't home, I wasn't able to deal with that. But anyway, that is what we've got. Let's see, 70 kilometers south of Mexico City, North America's second highest volcano, and what a glacier-clad stratovolcano contains a steep walled 250 to 450 meter deep crater. So that gives you a pretty good idea of what it's all about. But yeah, I did post that link, and you guys are welcome to go have a decent look at it on your own, and that is pretty cool and awesome. So let's leave Popocatépetl. We'll go a little further south to Fuego, and guess what? Fuego is showing us signs of a volcanic gray. Going back as far as we can in time, this is from 6:57 a.m. You do see some material at the top of Fuego coming out. Looks pretty stable there, but a little bit on the hazy side. Of course, this is another fairly tall volcano, this one 12,000 feet, plus, and that is in Guatemala. And that is pretty awesome. This was after the clouds were moving in, so visibility got very poor very quickly this morning from the looks of things, and it's been hiding in the clouds ever since. So from about 9:30 on, no view or visibility of the volcano, and that's its present condition. So let's not worry about it. Hopefully it'll be okay, and you can see lighting up in the background here. I don't know if that's lit by the moon or if we got the sunset. There we go. A little bit of a peek for a second of the clouds. Unfortunately, not a lot we can see there, but we do have a report. So let's take a look at Volcano Discovery's report on Fuego, and that is in Guatemala. Reduced activity continues, and that is a very awesome photo. I love that. That's very, very nice. And no, that's not a secret volcano. That is Fuego. And glowing lava bombs and its ballistic trajectories or trajectory during an eruption from Fuego is what it is entitled. Let's see what else we've got. It just shows you where Fuego is, and that is right there, and that puts us right back to that photo. So let's leave it there. The activity at the volcano continues at reduced levels since the recent paroxysm episode ended in early May. Passive emissions of gas and steam dominate the volcano's summit event, which are being dispersed mostly to the in an easterly direction. Near constant nighttime glow and ongoing degassing suggests a continued surge of fresh magma within the conduit. No ash emissions have been reported since May 17th, as the last eruption from the volcano was detected by the VAAC in Washington. Moderate to strong lahars, mud flows, which also occur in heavy rainfalls, remobilize the fresh ash deposit in Sika and Ceniza chutes, and I'm not sure of the direction those are going, and may pose potential threats to inhabited areas. So that is something to keep in mind, but that is a beautiful shot. That is Fuego. So there you go, you guys. That is a little bit of activity that is ongoing. And let's go over to our next one. Head south just a little bit further. And of course, this is Messiah volcano. And you can see quite a bit of smoke in this shot. This was from 7:22 this morning. Let's take a look at a current shot. There it is from 1945 today. And we can see what it is like, and we can see a good portion of that lava that's down there in the bottom of that caldera. Unfortunately, nothing else is being lit up, and there is smoke and steam and gases in the way, so it's not looking as friendly as it could be. But that is Messiah volcano, continuing to be hot and active. Next ones are down in Chile, and of course we're going to show you those ones. And Chile, of course, has several, and Lascar is one of them. And this was from early this morning, Lascar volcano in Chile, and not bad. I don't see anything coming out of it though. No emissions of any type. We'll leave that be. We'll go to our next shot. This is Laguna del Mole, and obviously you can see how much snow is there. and some rather inclement weather for that area. So that snow is continuing to build up. It's kind of cold. You don't want to be there. And of course, you can see by what we're looking at here, I'm not going to bother with showing Villarrica because it doesn't show. And I don't think there's anything going on that will allow it to be shown. Oh, hang on. Maybe we will show Villarrica in the last one here. We'll see. I'm curious in this nighttime thing. I seen a little bit of a flicker there. Maybe we've got some lightning in the area, and that might be what is being causing those. Yeah, that looks like lightning, you guys. Definitely not a volcanic activity. So that is what we've got in those areas. Let's carry on to our next one. And Yvonne says, okay, I'm going to sleep now. Thanks for another great stream. Dr. Fox and mods, lavaliers, and lava family. Have a great day/night, everyone. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow night. Yvonne, remember, tomorrow's Saturday, so the stream is on 3 hours early. And that is important. VolcanoX, just typing that in so everybody is reminded that we are having our Saturday show is a little earlier. But good night, Yvonne, and take care, rest well, and let's get on to our next volcano and see what it is doing. And of course, that is our very not visible Merapi. And Merapi is not going to make us happy. We see that it is hiding. It's put up its cloaking clouds. And cloaking clouds are always nasty. And there you can barely see it through the other camera views as well. And that is what we've got going on there. That, of course, was about an hour and a quarter ago. It is that, well, what is it right now there time-wise? 7:57, just about 8 a.m. Let's go back during the night, though. There were a couple spots where we could see a little bit of lava, and I'm hoping that we can see a little. There you can see a tiny bit of a bacon coming down the hill. Not very good visibility. 4:03 a.m. and that was pretty awesome to be able to see that. Let's see if we can go back a little bit more and find a couple more spots. I know there was a little bit here and there, but mostly in the clouds, so it was very difficult to see anything, unfortunately. And you know, it's always that way. It's what we've got and nothing we can do about it, unfortunately. And there at 1:57 a.m. We do see that. Thank you for that 3-minute warning, wonky donkey. And yeah, there's some bacon coming down the hill. Definitely worthy of having a look at it. And that is all good. So not a bad thing. And yeah, just trying to get you guys to see some other bacon other than the canned stuff. And this is actually pretty good from happening, you know, a few hours ago, right? And that is about 6 hours ago is when that took place. So that is a pretty nice, and I like the way that is spreading out. And welcome and aloha, Kathy, and good to have you on board. And let's see, yeah, nice bacon. I like bacon. I forgot, I got to put bacon on my grocery list for tomorrow. That's important, you know. Can't have a BLT sandwich without bacon. A good thing Piggy went to sleep. Anyway, that is pretty awesome to see. So all good, you guys, and very nice there. I'm just going back a little bit further, trying to see if I could spot any more good ones. But I don't think there was a heck of a lot. They did have the camera changed to the other one, and we did see a little bit of output there, and there was a black and white, of course, at just after midnight. And then there was a big one that they showed with multiple shots of lava. This one here at 2359. If we expedite that, though, you can see the amount of clouds up there, and of course they were in night mode or black and white, and you can see some of that the bacon bits coming down the hill, and then of course the top of the caldera lights up with more flow being pushed out, and we'll see a bunch more of that wonderful lava coming down the hill. And if we expedite it just a little bit, there you can see it moving a tad bit faster right at midnight. So very, very cool, and you gotta love it. So hopefully you guys are enjoying that. We'll leave that there. It is time for me to go have a break, and I will go do that. That wraps it up pretty much for Merapi anyway for today. And I guess Merapi still made us happy, even though we can barely see it through those clouds. So we'll leave it there, and we'll get to Mount Ruapehu next, if we can see it. And I'm going to put you back on some canned lava, though, for in the meantime. And let's go and put that other little thing on so nobody gets confused. There we go. So for those good folks who are here, if you haven't yet hit that like button, consider doing that. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. That'd be pretty cool. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. Here comes some music. Thanks. microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs from Scott and Kathy, and I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart. And I'm sure there's others like Sue saying welcome back. There we go. Pretty awesome. Anyway, let's get on to our next volcano or volcanic action and see what there is or there isn't. One of the two. Let's pause this one, and that of course is our wonderful archived footage of Mauna Loa from December of last year. I was lagging. I hate when you're lagging. I hate when anybody is lagging. Okay, there is, or is, there ain't. Ain't there? There ain't. I ain't sure if there is or isn't. But you never know. Anyway, let's take a look at the next one. I forgot to do something though. Need to do this. Make that bigger. There we go. That works. Alright, that is a nice painting. Oh, hang on, that's a live shot. That is our lovely Mount Ruapehu. Very, very visible today. And you gotta love that. That is a very nice shot. And that is Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand, and southern side of the North Island, and that is a very nice shot today. We can actually see it, and it's a beautiful snow-covered peaks and doing its thing. So very awesome, and gotta love it, you guys. It really is a nice volcano. I was thinking about going back a little bit though in time and see what the sunrise was like, and we'll see if there was any kind of neat colors going on. It's always nice to see some sunrise stuff. That's what it was like this morning at 7:24 a.m. Kind of a nice sky in the background there, and the clouds are moving fairly fast, so yeah, hey Grunzed. Yeah, we like that. You're almost ready to go skiing if you like that kind of thing. Hopefully they'll get the ski resorts figured out and sorted, and pretty soon you'll be up on those slopes as that snow level builds up. So that is really nice. Anyway, we'll put that back to live. And that is what we've got there. I think it's a time, folks. Good night, everyone. Wonky donkey, have yourself a wonderful night. Gorgeous orange sunrise here in West Bop. Bop? Okay, too. All right, that is awesome. And a nice silhouette of Ruapehu it is, and it is a very picturesque thing. Now, if we can only get the darn thing to erupt, I'd be really happy. All right, let's carry on. That, of course, is alive right there. And Trevor is off and away to count. What does a donkey count at night? Certainly not sheep. I think maybe he counts carrots or something. Let's take a look at our charts there for Taupo, just slightly to the north of Ruapehu. And we do see one quake in there. I gotta wonder about that. And we noticed, you know, like over the last couple of days, it was fairly quiet, and then all of a sudden we have a quake. And it seems to be dwindling a little bit. Let's take a look at the other chart to the north a little bit, and that quake is not present there, so obviously this is something that was a little bit more localized or a little further south, and that is what we've got going on there seismically. So interesting. Let's continue on though, and we will take a look. I don't know if they've fixed this or not. Oh, no, they haven't. Let's make that bigger, and we'll see if we can zoom that in a little bit and see. Well, you can almost see it. Actually, you can. The tip of Ruapehu is right in there, and just barely visible. So anyway, the whole lake is the caldera, and if we make that, I don't know if we can unzoom that a little bit. There we go. And move it over. No, it doesn't like to be moved over. But yeah, the entire lake is the caldera for Taupo, and of course they still haven't fixed up the controls on this. I'm likely going to see a flea market here tomorrow, and that would be pretty cool. But for right now, that's what we've got, and I don't know what else is going on there, so we'll leave that be. This, of course, is a courtesy of a Suncourt Hotel and a Conference Center there in Taupo. A beautiful looking scene, and if we move that over a little bit, yeah, we can't see the cars that are parked there, but yeah, that looks pretty awesome. Looks like they've got some visitors trucking around and stuff. Not a bad sight, so we'll leave that be. We'll zoom that back out and make it small again. Anyway, I will leave that one be. I did try to look at a Semaru earlier. I was unable to see anything drastic happening there, so we'll leave that alone for right now. And what I'm trying to load up is our next shot, and we're going to go over to Italy, and I was hoping to see something from our wonderful Stromboli. There you can see the thermal, and this of course is a Stromboli right there, right? Sure. Yeah, we see some stars in the background, but that is it. Stromboli, very, very quiet, and as you can see in the thermal, oh hey, look what's happening. Good timing. I like it. There's some Strombolian bursts, at least one. That is pretty awesome. Good timing. And that is the kind of activity that continues to happen at Stromboli. You know, whether we sit there or not, it continues to do its little episodes every now and again. Hopefully we're going to see what happens. Whether due to get worse again next week or from tomorrow here. Grandzad, sorry to hear that. I hope you have a couple of nice days in between there without rain and stuff. You guys need to kind of dry out a little bit, I think. Anyway, that is our wonderful area there. I'm not going to worry about anything else for right now. At least Stromboli did show us a little bit of a shot. And let's go to our next shot here. And yeah, all important ice cream boat is there at the docks. Go get your ice cream and hurry down. And this, of course, is part of Kagoshima there in wonderful Japan. And in the background here, you have this other thing that's called a volcano. And that, of course, is our wonderful Sakurajima. And Sakurajima is doing a nice job being patient and quiet. Let's take a look at the next shot here. Oh, we got commercials, and it's Frosted Flakes and Tony the Tiger. But let's move on. There's what the present shot looks like with the what they call the close-up view, and that is a nice shot, but I'm not seeing too much action. We do see some off-gassing, and nothing really major. If we go back a little ways, we can see that it is producing a lot of gaseous material. And let's go back even a little bit more. And this is around 6:30 in the morning. The clouds, of course, were there, not helping us. Visibility is always one of those things. It's volcanoes like to hide in clouds, and hard to tell what they're really doing at that point in time. Let's put that back on live, and we will get to our next shot here. This is the crater close-up cam, and that is pretty awesome. You can definitely see how the off-gassing continues to take place. Michael Olson says, back, went to the hardware store to get screws. I had to spoil my daughter with ice cream. Awesome! And yeah, it's always nice to make somebody feel good there, Michael. That is very, very nice of you. You sound like you're a decent guy. Anyway, pretty cool view there, blowing off some of that material. If we go back a little bit, we can see that cloud sort of just sitting on top and kind of boiling away, if you want to call it that. But not seeing any very dark ash or tephra of sorts being thrown out. Definitely, though, we're seeing the gases. So we'll likely have high SO2 gases in the area once again. Anyway, let's leave that guy be. I'm going to check the other ones. We did see that one already. Going to make that smaller. Next screen, and we'll see. Nope, not going to work. Still looking at the bridge. We want to see the volcano. Anyway, that is supposed to be Suwanosi-jima, but no go. Maybe I'll have to check their site for later. This next one, of course, this is ASO, and this is one event inside of ASO's multiple, massive, not multiple, but massive crater. And this, of course, is the only active vent that we're seeing right now. It is off-gassing fairly heavy, and you can see that plume going out. If we back up a little bit in time, we can see that gas was kind of hugging the lower areas here around the edge of that small caldera. And I'm a little confused with looking at the cloud here, but it almost looks like it's dirty and dark, like it's thrown out some tephra or something. It could have been just a cloud going by behind it, and that caused that visual effect. But it's always a possibility that we could see this thing pop at any point in time. Again, it does look like, this is a little further back. It does look like it might have been some gray material. This is even further back, so 1 hour and 45 minutes ago, roughly. And, we don't see any of that, but we do see it still pluming off to the left side here, and being quite huggy to the ground. And this, of course, is a little earlier. There you have a UFO that landed or is hovering just above it, but that is some of that material. Now, to me, that does look like it's darker than just the regular gas. So is there some tephra or some other activity happening at ASO? That is a question one may ask. They've moved their UFO down a bit. Very cool and interesting. I happen to notice this glowing light over here on this side as well. Never seen that before. I wonder if there's multiple UFOs around there. I have no idea what is causing that. Going back a little bit further, that was a little lower. And kind of looked the same way. Cloaked volcanoes, fumes, yep. They do that for some reason. I have no idea why. There's a little bit more of that off-gassing, so we'll put that back onto live though, and that is the present condition there at ASO in Japan. We'll leave that one be, going to make that smaller. We'll go to our next shot, and that should be Asama, and Asama too is hiding in clouds, and that is as good as that picture gets today. It too may have some activity going on there from UFOs, but pretty cool. Looks like it might be a larger plume. This is of course a little bit earlier, 9:11 a.m. their time, and we do see that kind of puffing out of there, and I'm wondering if that is what we've got going on. It could be a play with just seeing the clouds moving in, and a little bit of heat will attract a lot of that extra water moisture and make it look like it's actually coming from the volcano when it isn't. But when you get back to this, yeah, that definitely looks like more activity than we've seen before from this volcano. This is at 7-Eleven this morning, and no, this isn't a 7-Eleven store. That's a 7-Eleven time. So that is what we're seeing there. That's pretty cool. If we go back a little bit further even, yeah, I definitely have to say it has increased its activity a whole bunch. And this was earlier, 5:04 a.m. And even if we go into the nighttime view, 4:03 this morning, it looked like it's definitely putting out a little bit more gases and stuff. This is at 3:05, still seeing quite a bit of gas pluming. So interesting. We'll possibly have higher levels of SO2 in the area, but we'll take a look and see what happens on the SO2 map. Let's go back to here. Of course, the ice cream boat is still there, just about ready to leave. I hope everyone got their ice cream, and that is pretty nice. And let's see if we can find our next victim. And of course, this is it's actually a break time, and I think what we'll do is we will leave it here. I'm gonna just adjust that shot slightly. Oh well, almost. It moved on me for some reason. Well, we got a little white line on the bottom, but that's okay. You all know where this is. This is a Yellowstone National Park, and that is Old Faithful. So if you haven't gone to this particular website, it is compliments of the National Park Service, and in conjunction with USGS. And that is what we're seeing, a Yellowstone National Park. And you guys are going to watch. Well, we're hoping it's going to erupt and spew out. That should be Old Faithful doing its thing shortly here. So on that friendly note, though, it's time for me to go take a break. I'm going to leave you on this screen. It should pop fairly quick, and hopefully it will while I'm on break. I miss Yellowstone. I would love to hike in the back country. Yep, make sure you wear your tick-proof material and get some bug spray on before you go. And careful with those Sasquatches, and if you happen to see a Yogi and Boo Boo, you direct them over to the campsites there. There's all kinds of picnic baskets. Anyway, on that friendly note, if you haven't yet hit the like button, please consider hitting that. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, please do consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. And I'm going to go take a break. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes or something like that. So don't go away. Keep smiling. And I will leave you here, let you watch Old Faithful while I'm on break. And unless something happens, I'll flip it to somewhere else. But for right now, we'll leave it here. So I'll be back. Don't go away. Thanks. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Uh-oh, you're buffering. Why are you buffering? Sue, you shouldn't be buffering. There should not be a problem. Thank you for the welcome backs from Henry and Scott. And thank you, Sharon Stewart, saying, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. And thank you, Sue. Yeah, I'm just looking at the bit rates here, and they're pretty solid today. I'm surprised. Oddly, no buffering here. Yeah, oddly, yeah. I find that a little odd, but that's okay. I have to have another sip of Pepsi here. Give me a second. That's a fine vintage. Must have been last month. That's pretty good. All right, so I guess I will leave it right on here. We're going to do the volcano report, and let's go through it. Now, I got to try to save my voice a little bit, and Sue, I know you sent me 2 days worth or 3 days worth of volcanic activity here. I'm only going to do today's, unfortunately, and I'm starting to feel my throat get a little bit on the raspy side. So I'm going to try to save my voice. So I'm going to do I suggest doing just Friday. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do today, just the report from Friday. And we'll continue with that. So Friday's volcanic activity, 7 volcanoes on our list. And of course, the primary one is Popocatépetl in Mexico. A new and remnant of volcanic ash seen in a satellite image to 22,000 feet or 6,700 meters, reported at 1:30 a.m. And of course, we already seen the report that was issued here at 8:30 this morning. And then frequent emissions to 19,000 feet or 5,800 meters, reported at 10:15, and ongoing volcanic ash emissions to the same heights at 16:15. So, in other words, it's been busy. And next one is Sangay in Ecuador, volcanic ash seen in satellite imagery to 19,000 feet. Or 5,800 meters, reported at 2:30 this morning. Also, possible volcanic ash emissions to the same height, 19,000 feet, 5,800 meters, reported at 13:45. Sakurajima volcano erupted at to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters, reported at 4:30 this morning. And I'm surprised we didn't see that. I'm going to have to take another look real quick if that is the case. Sabancaya in Peru. It is continuous ash emissions reported at 8:45 a.m. Reventador in Ecuador. Occasional emissions reported at 9:15 this morning. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, ongoing gas and possible volcanic ash emissions to 19,000 feet or 5,800 meters, and that is reported at 11:30. And then we've got the last one on the list, Cotopaxi in Ecuador, a new volcanic ash emissions to 23,000 feet or 5,800 meters reported at 14:30, which is all good. And that's it for our volcano report. And trying to save my voice. Now I'm curious because they said at 4:30 there was some type of an eruption, and we'll go back over and actually see if that is the case. Let me see if I can find that. 4:30ish, and we'll bring it to you on the screen here. And Well, yeah, amongst all the clouds, we do see some activity there. I don't know if that might be a little bit of a stretch, but let's take a look at it and just have a little bit of fun with it. I don't know if it's me, but doesn't that look like a glow from lava right there? That's almost what it is. This is a 4:27 this morning, and we'll move that ahead just a few minutes at a time here, just to see. And that glow dissipated. This is a 4:30. Obviously, we can see quite a plume up there, and I'm wondering if we can see that in the other shot here as well. Let's see if we can go back to. Oh no, that one you can't because they don't have the recorder on. Darn it! They only have the live shot. Anyway, at 4:30, so that was what we were seeing. If we go look a little bit later here, just a few minutes onward, we can see that it was definitely changing and continuing to erupt somewhat, and you can definitely tell. Let's maybe have a look at the close-up cam for around 4:30 this morning and see what it was giving us for information. And that is a 4:31. Let's just back up just a tad bit. There's a 4:31. Let's go back a little bit more. Whoop. A couple more minutes. There we go. And you know, in this shot, this is a 4:29 this morning. It's hard to see that lava glow was right in here somewhere. And I don't know if that's actually a lava glow or just maybe a reflection of light. But that is kind of what we were seeing there. And I didn't see anything more come out of it. I do know it was billowing a little bit more and the wind direction changed. So that is kind of what we got there. And again, you know, looking at it, looks like it may have a hue of a red in there or kind of an orangey color, but I don't see too much else. If we move that ahead, of course, we had a kind of a fight with clouds to be able to see anything, and that is what we had there. So I'm going to put that back on live, and I will make that one smaller, and we'll go back to this one. So yeah, 4:42. You know, you definitely see the large plume there, and I don't know if it kind of dissipated after a while. It looks like it was still going at 4:50, and if we go a little bit further here, we see that cloud cover move in by 5:12. So yeah, it's very likely that they had something going on, and of course this is that current shot, so that's what we got. Next one that I wanted to have a quick peek at, and I don't know how well we can get back to it. I'm going to try, and that of course is our wonderful Mount Etna. And Mount Etna, this is backed up as far as we can go, and that is just about 4 p.m. Their time there in Sicily. And when we go across it, horrible clouds. You know, it's unfortunate that it's just not very visible at times. And as I mentioned before, our big nemesis, of course, is looking at the cloud work that obscures our vision. And this shot, of course, you can see a little bit of the mountain in the back and some snow on the southeastern areas there, and very difficult to tell what was going on. I'm trying to see if we can find a spot where we can actually see the top of it, and of course those clouds just kind of sitting there. And yes, we are seeing some output from the top of the volcano, and this of course is at 18 minutes after 6 p.m. So visual observation is telling us yes, it is continuing to go through an eruptive state. just not a very large one. And then after that, of course, you know, those things called clouds came back and obscured our view once again. I'm trying to see if there was any other clear times that we could have observed it. And again, this is hard to tell what is actually coming from the volcano, but it does look like here at the summit is some off-gassing happening, some eruptive material. This is a sunset time. The clouds cleared, and there you can see a lot more of the off-gassing, and some of it in the background here that you see is from the southeast crater. So that is what we were seeing in Sicily and our wonderful Mount Etna. And Mount Etna, of course, being a long-lived volcano. There we go. You can see quite a bit of it in this particular shot at 8:40 p.m. there. So that is pretty nice, and the lights are on. So awesome to see that, and that is cool. And we'll make that smaller, and we'll go over to our next port of call, and that, of course, is our earthquakes. And let me get on the earthquake map. First thing we want to report some of the bigger ones. We've seen a 6.0 in Tonga, and that happened in 1811. 223.9 kilometers down. The other larger ones that we've seen on the map, of course, is this is Tokyo in here, and this is a 6.1, and near the east coast of Honshu in Japan. 4:03 a.m. and 44.5 kilometers down. And that definitely rattled people's bones a little bit. A couple of aftershocks, a 4.3 from 507 and 4.6 from 601. So that is what is happening there in Japan. Looking at the rest of it, though, let's go around the world real quick. We don't see anything there in the Kamchatka Peninsula. Very little activity here in our Aleutian Islands. We'll leave those be. Going down the coastline of North America, we do see a couple of quakes. We got this little 3.1 out west of Petrolia, and that is, I'm not going to worry about the depth or anything. 3:33 is the time it came in. And then we've got this ongoing swarming over here, and there was another 4.1 Prattville, and that is 5:26 a.m., 6.7 kilometers down. And of course we've got a few of the other quakes in the area here, 2.2, 2.7, you know, that kind of thing. So this area is not stopped shaking, so maybe there's something underlying there that may give us something else. Good idea. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to see what else we got here. Panama region, 4.4 from 1856, 10 kilometers down for him. And this is, I was going to say, which place is that in? That's actually Bolivia, pretty close to Peru, and of course on the northern end of Chile, and that is a 4.9, 7:42 a.m., 256.2 kilometers down. Don't see anything else right there. Nothing over here in our wonderful South Sandwich Islands areas. Not much else there. We do have this one on the West Chile Rise, and that is from 1618, 10 kilometers down for that guy. Now, remember we seen that larger spike? I was wondering if that might be where we've seen that for what's on the map here. But when I realized, well, we looked at the other chart, which is to the north of this, and it didn't show that spike. So I want to go to the other map, and we'll definitely have a fresh look at it and see what we had down here. and see if there was something that may have caused that. We've got a 3.1 that came in yesterday at 7:35, 128 kilometers down. I don't know, that's the only quake we see, so that might be responsible for what we've seen at on our map here for Taupo. The other one over here is a 3.6 from 4:27 on the 25th. So that's yesterday's. Not sure what to think of that, if either one of them would have done something. Nevertheless, let's carry on. So this one was a 6.0, 127 kilometers west of Niafu, there in Tonga, and it was from 1811, 223.9 kilometers down for him. Not seeing anything at Fiji at all. We do still see one over here, Loyalty Island region, 4.7, 5:42 a.m., 36 kilometers down. That area has calmed down a little bit, so that's all right. Papua New Guinea is 5.2 from yesterday at 20:08, 41.3 kilometers down. Banda Sea area here is kind of 5.1. In Indonesia, 15:38 is the time on it, 68.4 kilometers down. Not much else going on there. We already talked about the Japanese ones. Nothing on the Kamchatka Peninsula. And let's take a look at what else we got. Down here in the Indian Ocean, we have another 5.0 Prince Edward Island region from 1533, 10 kilometers down for that. And there's been, 3 quakes there now, 4, and then one a little further over. Kind of odd place to see them, but hey, quakes happen. Is that Tajikistan? No, that is China. 4.4 from 2:08 a.m., 52.5 kilometers down. The next one is a 4.3. That is in Tajikistan. Mona Alfano, welcome. And let's see. 10.3 kilometers down, 20:34 yesterday. And that is what we've got there. We don't see anything in Turkey or these other regions, so we'll leave that be. We did have this one here from 13:02, and that is, what is it? Kazakhs region of Russia, right on the edge of the Black Sea. And that was 13:02, 10 clicks down. We did have another one here. That is from the 20th. Not going to worry about him. This one was from the 25th at 1:21, 10 kilometers down. And they call that Syria, even though it's in the water, right on that fault. And we'll leave that be. I think that's it for our earthquake map. We don't see anything else in the other regions, and that's pretty much what we've got. We do want to have a quick peek at Hawaii. I'm not going to bother going through the quakes. We're just going to go take a quick look here. 1903, we had a 1.8 there at Kilauea, and a 1.9 from yesterday, 22:45. This one, 1.7 from today at 14:06. And then we had a few others here in the Pahala region, 2.2 and 2.0. And then when we look at them, it's really nothing major. All in the 2 range for the most part, or very close to it. 2.7 is that one. And then this one here, a 1.9. So we'll leave that be for Hawaii. Nothing really dangerous or a killer. And that basically does our volcanoes for today. And we will, or sorry, our earthquakes I meant. And we'll put you back on this lovely lava. And why is that stalling? Come on, you're not supposed to stall. You're supposed to flow nice. I see my bit rate just jumped. So you might see a little bit of buffering. But Mona Alfano, I hope you're having a wonderful day. And I'm going to go for a break. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to be about 5, 6, or 7 minutes. When we come back, we're going to do our weather. Well, actually, not the weather. We're going to do the SO2 first. Then we'll get back at the weather. So we'll try to make that one quickly as well, because I do have to conserve my voice. Don't go away, you guys. I'll be back in a few minutes. Keep smiling. Hit the like button if you haven't done that already. And subscribe if you haven't subscribed already. Yeah, here comes the music. Thanks. microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Thanks for being here, and awesome. We are 5x5, Doc. Well, I guess that is better than being 2x4, Bob. And awesome. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Mona and Alba Girl saying hi, Doc and Lava fans. It's 3:11 a.m. there. I woke up, so here I am. Awesome. And Sharon Stewart saying, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Thank you, Sharon Stewart. And Kananaskis country coming in to wrap things up. Awesome. Welcome. Anyway, it is a time to park that lava. Let's see if we can click on the right spot there. There we go. We froze our lava in place. Love those plumes just hanging there in the air. That is awesome. Anyway, let's go over to our SO2 map, and we'll take a look at some things, and a couple of things that are a little bit odd and strange. But first, let's look at the Kamchatka Peninsula. We see steady off-gassing from places like Shivalish and Bezimiani and Klyushevskoy, and possibly Karinsky down here, and that is kind of what we're seeing, kind of a combined effort, if you will, and that is of course all going out into the Pacific Ocean, following along the Aleutian Islands. Pretty awesome. Most of Canada and northern, well, even the US looks pretty darn good right now as far as SO2 levels, so I'm not even going to worry about that. That is pretty normal stuff. Central America, Popocatépetl, of course, is still continuing its tirade of off-gassing and spewing out things, and that's what this is all about here. So that's kind of what we see. And some of that, of course, has been moving on up and through. You can actually see the arrow and a direction of where that plume is going, and it's getting all the way out here, helping out the Avalon Peninsula with just a tad bit. So that is kind of interesting. And okay, I can't take it anymore. Well, we gotta go over here. All right, you see this funny design here, and I was trying to figure out what the heck is going on and where did this come from. So I went back as far as I could to try to see. And when we look at the wind currents, this is from earlier today, this is kind of the wind currents. And I'm wondering what is going on here, where this came from, and why it is there. And I'm wondering if we've got something happening in Greenland, or did this come flying in from somewhere else? And that is a kind of an odd plume, very weird looking. And when you see these currents, the wind currents coming up and kind of going back down, shouldn't that have gone somewhere else? That really makes a person wonder. So let's refresh this and get it back to normal so we can see what it is right now. And that's what it is looking like. And of course we see the, it almost looks like some kind of a boot. And the tip of the boot here being out past, well, getting into Russia already, I guess. And we see it in Sweden and Finland and Norway, and very interesting. And I'm wondering if we're going to see it get drawn down here as well into Iceland. It certainly looks like it's probably going to come and head down into the northern portions of Europe, perhaps. Or if it gets caught, it may end up going north again here in these other air currents. Very interesting. Anyway, looking at South America, really nothing too special there. Nevado del Ruiz off-gassing some, and we know Sangay and Cotopaxi have been working together to plume out a little bit, and some of that may be from there, as well as our Reventador in that area, and of course Nevado del Ruiz. San Sabancaya doing that plume, and the other volcanoes, as well as our wonderful industrial stuff there in Chile. Looks like Rio and Sao Paulo and those areas are getting a little bit of SO2 as well there. Let's have a look here. We know a lot of that rain has dissipated, so White Isle Volcano definitely has a longer plume today, and that is what we see there. Hardly anything coming out of the Melbourne area. Very little, or lower levels anyway, from our coking plants in near north of Sydney. Tofua out here in Tonga still doing its thing. Yasur, fairly, well, I guess moderate, we'll call it moderate. It's definitely off-gassing. And then, of course, we've got Gawa and Eoba doing its thing there. Normal looking in Papua New Guinea, and Luotolak doing its thing there in eastern portions of Java, or eastern portions of Indonesia. Semeru responsible for most of this one, and this area here would be from our wonderful Merapi. And looking at what we've got here, well, Jakarta does its thing, but looks like our wonderful Krakatau is doing a bunch of extra work again. So that's an indicator that that volcano may be more active than has been reported. Not seeing too much from Marapi, and what is it? Oh boy. Starts with K. I forgot. Boy, I'm having bad time with some of them. Cinnabung up here, though, doing its thing. Yeah, I'll get that yet. It'll come to mind. No, it won't. It's gone. Sometime. It's not Karimsky. No, Karimsky's up there. This is, oh, it is currency. Okay, thanks there, Sue. It's all good. And, of course, Ibu and Dakono, and then we're getting a bunch from here. I'm wondering if there's more activity there. But Ibu and Dakono definitely still there, not very heavy. Looks like it's a lot lighter there, and from Mayon and Bulasan. Taal volcano, of course, off-gassing in this region, as well as the heavy population from Manila and further north. Industrial stuff here in Taiwan. China looks pretty normal. And we wanted to look at Suwanoshi-jima. Yep, I'm doing a little bit of a darker area there as well. And there we got our wonderful Suwanoshi-jima, and kind of responsible for that area. And here's what I was saying about ASO. You know, where we were seeing that kind of heavier plume coming from ASO this morning. And yeah, look, we got a heavier plume. And that is coming from ASO. So I think we may want to keep an eye on ASO a little bit more over the next week or so, and see what happens with it. And moving over, we do see a Tokyo area here, fairly heavy, but this little cloud area over here, definitely coming from Asama. And that is interesting to see the elevated levels there. Moving over a little bit more, India, pretty normal, nothing too crazy. Normal stuff there in South Africa from the gold smelters. Normal from DR Congo area. There's 2 volcanoes and some coking plants. And RTVE is in this area. And of course, then we see these other heavy red spots around this region, and of course that is the oil refineries in Saudi Arabia, is it Kuwait? Yeah, Kuwait, and Iraq and Iran. And let's move up a little bit. We do see this plume here, and that plume, of course, that is from Etna, and look how far it's gotten. It's all the way up here into the Arctic Ocean, and that is pretty interesting. Although it doesn't look like Etna is putting out anywhere near as much material now. So that's what we've got there. Otherwise, Europe looks pretty darn clean and not bad for what it is, and Iceland is still looking pretty good as well. Still, it's a mystery. Where did that come from? You know, is it a possibility that we've got some under the ocean type of volcanic activity going on here, or this drifted in from somewhere? And I don't recall seeing anything that heavy drifting along there yesterday, so I'm kind of wondering if that is something from underneath somehow that is bubbling up through our great ocean area there in the Greenland Sea, and coming up and off-gassing. Anything is possible, taking the pressure off the rest of the world. All right, let's leave that guy be. Let's get over and start looking at our weather map. And this is, of course, we're going to take a quick look and see what we've got going on. Not going to go through everything too heavy, but looking at Alaska, we see temperatures up to about 17 degrees Celsius in some places, but looks not bad. I mean, they're not getting minus 40 or anything like that. Looks like the Yukon cooled off just a tad. We do see a few areas with 14, 15, but nothing that fantastic. And Northwest Territories are still holding a lot of heat. We see temperatures up to 27 degrees. They must be enjoying that around the Greater Slave Lake there, and that area to the west. That would likely include places like Fort Simpson and so on. So pretty nice. Looking at British Columbia, we see the northern portion here up to 27 degrees. But the coastline, or close to the coast, a little on the cooler side. Central regions, anywhere from about 18 to about 24, so not that bad there. And Vancouver coming in at about 20, 22 degrees over there on the rock where Bob is. He's basking in the sunshine with up to 28 degrees Celsius. Wow. The Borealis, it's called the Borealis, a volcano. Wait, oh, okay. All cool. All right, is that the one that was off-gassing over there by Greenland? I'm wondering. Anyway, looking at what we see there, so not bad. Edmonton made it to about, wow, it's a crater with a mud volcano. Mud. We like mud. Anyway, showing 21 degrees right now in Edmonton, about 19 or 20 there in Calgary. And Swift Current, where Kanenaska's country is, about 18 degrees right now. That's not so bad. for an evening time. Looks like Saskatchewan in general, not bad. Looks like Winnipeg is getting roasted at 28 degrees, close to Winnipeg there, and looks like Judy M is also got some nice temperatures in that area, so pretty awesome. Hopefully they've got good weather to accompany the rest of that. We see that mostly here in northern Ontario as well. As soon as you get closer, though, to Hudson's Bay, you do see that drop in temperature. Looking at places like Toronto, about 12 or 13 degrees, moving down to London, 13, Detroit coming in at about 15 Celsius, Chicago sitting at about 17, and then up here, well, depending on where they're getting. See, they're getting that colder air blowing off of the lakes. Lake Michigan, of course, being a lot colder. Same thing up here with Lake Superior. And that's what we're seeing, some of that cooler temperatures helping keep the heat down just a tad. And looks like 13, 14 degrees out there in that area for our wonderful Henry. And about 16 out there in Montreal, and we got about 13 or so there in Quebec City, and looks like mostly single digits, but in the higher end, of course, for New Brunswick. Looking at Halifax, we see Halifax sitting at about 6 degrees, 7 in Cole Harbor, I bet, or thereabouts, and we are still seeing some very cold temperatures up here in the Cabot area. Yep, 7 degrees there. That is awesome. Sydney coming in at about 6 as well. And let's see, Avalon Peninsula, 5 to 7 degrees depending on where you're looking. Not that great there in Newfoundland, but hey, you know, up to 9 degrees in some places. They've got that nasty low sitting there, so 1 or 2 degrees up here on the other side of it. And looking at what we've got in Labrador, we're seeing temperatures ranging from 0 to about 8 or 9 degrees, so not that bad. Let's leave that be. We'll go over to the other side and take a look at Portland, Oregon, coming in at 25. San Jose coming in at about 17, 17 roughly. San Francisco sitting at 13 right now. That's not that warm. Sacramento 20 degrees, but we go up to Redding, they've got 27. So the heat is kind of messed up there. Fresno 26, Bakersfield is about 26 as well. Getting over into Los Angeles right now, 16 degrees. It still hasn't warmed up there. And they should go to Death Valley. I see temperatures up to 36 degrees Celsius in Death Valley. 34 is the registered temperature. Thank you, Sue. It looks okay. 30 in Las Vegas. Sliding down, looking at Mexicali, 28 degrees. Seeing northern areas of Mexico here up to 32 degrees in some places. Phoenix sitting at 32 as well. Tucson about 30. So that is not so bad for those good folks. Albuquerque, New Mexico, with that mixed air there, sitting at about 24 degrees. And we slide over a little bit more. Look at Corpus Christi, about 27. San Antonio coming in at 25. Houston, 27. Dallas, 24. Austin at 24. Dallas at 25. Looking up to Oklahoma City, 22 degrees. Little Rock, Arkansas, 22 as well. New Orleans is sitting at about 25. Not that bad. And Miami, I think this is causing some problems here. That's a big low circulating. They want a high there, not a low. 24 in Miami, and we've got about 20 there in Orlando, and about 18 there in Jacksonville. Charlotte, North Carolina, coming in at 16 degrees. I didn't mean to click on that, but that's okay. Atlanta was at 20, and Grandma B's house about 14 degrees Celsius. So not a bad day for there. Baltimore is 16, 17 in Philadelphia, 15 in New York, and Boston at 13. Sliding down a bit more, looking at Cancun, sitting at about 25, 26 degrees. You get into the jungles though, up to 31 degrees there on the Yucatan. And looking in the backwoods here, we see up to 34 degrees or so in our wonderful Mexico. Mexico City right now, 21 degrees. That's not bad. Acapulco coming in at 30. Nice day there. And we see up to 33 down on the bottom. And looks like 27's up to 30 there in Guatemala coastline area, 27, 28, not bad. And going further south here, they've got all that rain and stormy stuff, but they're still quite warm. They're at 26 and 27 in Panama. Looking at Colombia, up to about 29 degrees. The rest is pretty normal, 25 to, there's some 24s in there as well. 24 to about 27 on average kind of thing. A little bit warmer in Venezuela, and of course some of the Guyana, French Guiana areas are doing not bad. Amazon Basin is sitting at, well, anywhere from about 25 to 28 degrees. And that is pretty normal. And yep, I should have been taking a break. I'm going to finish off the South America, then I will take a break. We got 14 in Buenos Aires, Paysandú coming in at about 17 degrees, and that's not so bad. And looking at the rest of it, 2021 in the northern portions of Argentina. Down in the south, you've got some negative temperatures, -4 in some places, even colder the closer you get to the mountains, -5, not good. Mars 2028 is in Rio de Janeiro right now, enjoying about 21 degrees at a very late hour in the evening. I'm going to stop right here, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to go take another break. And we'll come back in a little while. For those who are enjoying the show, please do consider hitting that like button if you haven't done so already. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away, and then we'll continue on with our weather. Because I'm curious about Ma War. Still giving those people in Guam a hard time. Anyway, I'll be back. Don't go away. Here comes some music, and we'll get that running. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. We're on the weather portion of our wonderful stream. And thank you for the welcome backs from Alba Girl and Sue and Kananaskis Country. And I see Sharon Stewart is there playing with a submarine. Mona Alfano, you take care, have a good night, and stay safe. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart, and thank you, Brian, Perfectability 999. And yeah, to kind of address what Kananaskis Country was talking about there. Kananaskis Country itself is in Alberta, and that, of course, is from about Highway 16, heading towards Banff from Calgary, down to, I'd say, down towards the Crow's Nest Pass, and yeah, the Highway 40 area, Highway 22 going through there, the Cowboy Trail, as they call it. It is absolutely a gorgeous area. If you ever get to go into Alberta, especially in the summertime, that is a place you really do want to go through. It is wonderful and very gorgeous sights, and you know, it's you've got some fantastic views there. As long as you got nice weather, it is gorgeous. A wonderful place to go. I hiked Turtle Mountain years ago. Way to go, Bob. And yeah, Crow's Nest Pass is another region that is wonderful. Judy, thanks. And yeah, it's really a fantastic region of the world. It really is. You know, it will make you kind of be in awe. And it's worthy of taking a look there. And I remember years ago I mentioned it to one of my co-workers there that he was actually from the Ukraine, and he said he was going to go down, and he was going to go down Highway 2, and I told him, if you're going down, and he wanted to go to the Crow's Nest Pass area, and I told him if you wanted to go there from Edmonton south, I said, once you get down to Calgary, go west and then go down what's called the Cowboy Trail. And I said, you will be amazed at the sights. And make sure you go through Longview, stop for some beef jerky at the beef jerky shop there, where they make the wonderful stuff. And anyway, he took me up on that offer, and he did go there. And when he got back, you know, he was very humbled, and he said, you know, you were absolutely correct. It is a beautiful area, and yeah, you know, so if you guys ever do get the chance, Kananaskis Country is a wonderful place to go visiting. It's full of beautiful sights, and it's worthy. It really truly is. Wild Rose Country, folks. It's beautiful. Yeah, and there are a lot of wild roses growing there. Hence, the Alberta flower, of course, is the wild rose. So, it's pretty awesome. Anyway, let's get back to our weather, and we'll continue with that, and get over there to that spot. Anyway, we kind of looked, we finished with South America, I think, and we were on our way over looking at what we were going to see in New Zealand. And of course, Christchurch made it up to 18-19 right now. Still quite cool on the west side of the island, but hey, it is turning to a winter there. And we see a 15 in Wellington, Hastings coming in at about 15, Taupo coming in at about 11 or 12 degrees, And the Bay of Plenty is a little cooler, anywhere from 15 to about 17 degrees, depending on where you are. And of course, going to Auckland, we see about 16 degrees. Out on the peninsula, making it up to 18 in a lot of spots, but not the greatest. But hey, it's that time of the year. Looking at Tasmania, we also see cooler temperatures, 13 in Hobart, and the coastal areas 13 to 15 depending on where you are, and single digits in the interior. Not uncalled for, it's pretty normal. 14 there in Melbourne. Adelaide coming in at 13. Canberra is only a 7. But you get back out on the coast here, we see a 15 in Sydney. And our wonderful Oz is sitting at about 20 degrees there for Oz in Brisbane. We do see temperatures up to about 30 degrees there in northern portions of Australia, but nothing really super in the central regions. Not too cold, but also certainly not very warm. 14 there in Perth. They do have a high circulating off the coast here, likely bringing in a little bit more warm air. And looking at the kind of disturbed air around the Tonga region, Fiji looks like it is a little cool yet at 26, 27. No 29s there. Same thing with New Caledonia, Vanuatu closer to normal, but still a little on the cool side. Papua New Guinea, of course, they've got all kinds of circulations here, different storm systems causing all kinds of problems. We do see temperatures up to 32 degrees there, but in general it's slightly cooler than normal. And looking at the eastern portions of Indonesia, they too have some reasonable temperatures, but up to 32. They're not seeing anything like 34s, 35s, so that is not bad. Looks like Java fairly warm, and of course it's early in the morning yet, so it's going to get warmer during the course of the day. Same thing with Sumatra. Singapore coming in at about 28 degrees. Looks like Bangkok has got about 30, 31, 32 degrees in that area in general. And then Manila is sitting at about 30. And I guess a lot of places there in Indonesia, Philippines are doing exactly that. This is Guam out here, and this is Mawar. And Mawar is still going like crazy. Although it is warm, it's storming like mad. Hong Kong coming in at about 29 degrees. And then we see Japan isn't overly bad, 24 in Kagoshima. And we see some pretty nice temperatures in a lot of places, 24 as well in Tokyo. And Sapporo coming in at 23 degrees. That is absolutely gorgeous for them right now. Seoul, Korea is about 19. But they are seeing up to about 22, 21, 22 along the coastal areas there. Looking at the Kamchatka Peninsula, we see warmer temperatures for them as well. 15, about the highest I see there. Oh, there's a spot with 17. Wow, and even an 18 on there. But those are smaller areas. But still, we have higher elevations that are still down in the -4 range. So not that good for those guys. Moving on a little bit, and looking at what we see here, Sri Lanka, it's summertime. Delhi coming in at 24 right now. And I see we're up and down with bit rates a little bit. Jakarta coming in at about 26. Moving down a little bit further, Madagascar, a little on the cool side today. We do see some temperatures single digits in the high elevations here. Wow, 8 degrees. That is pretty cool. Cape Town, only about 9 degrees right now. We do see temperatures in the negative numbers there. -1 in a few places. Oh my God, look at that. A -7, yeah, that is -8 down there in South Africa. I hope they're not getting some snow. That'd be horrible. Southern regions here still considerably cooler. Getting into more of the central region of Africa, we see the temperatures are pretty stable. And looking at what we're seeing in some places there in the Sahara Desert right now, and you got to remember this is nighttime temps. They are sitting at 34, 35 degrees, even the 36 in there, and that is pretty awesome. It's starting to heat up, folks, so that's the way it works there. Still seeing some awful cold temperatures in Morocco, though. Same with up in northern portions of Algeria and Tunisia, as well as Libya, not that warm. Cairo coming in at 28 right now. That is pretty awesome. And why has my software stalled? Come on, move. There we go. All right. Up to 36 there in Saudi Arabia, and 30s roughly for most of UAE, and we're seeing close to that same over in Oman. A little cooler in the higher elevations there in Yemen, but 31, 32 along the coast, not bad at all for those guys. Baghdad coming in at 28. We get up here to Turkey, it's like somebody turned the switch off for the heater, and we see it's a lot cooler there. Malatya coming in at about 13, Adana coming in about 18 right now, and then of course Piggy's place coming in about 18, 19 degrees right now, so that's not so bad for her. And we are seeing 17 in Athens. Moving over to Sicily, we do see temperatures around the 18 to 20 degree mark around the outskirts of the island. Redanzo coming in about, well, it says 11, 12, 13, depending on where you are. So pretty cool, or, you know, actually warmer than normal, but still pretty cool. Figure of speech. 20 in Naples, and Rome coming in at 18 right now, and it looks like Milano is sitting at 20 as well. A nice warm air up there. Looking over at, we see a little bit of warmth coming back into wonderful Spain. Lisbon coming in at about 15, 16 degrees, sorry. 14 in Madrid, and we got Aurelio's house at about 11 degrees. Looks like we've got some warmer stuff here just before the mountains. Mountains, of course, being down in the single digits for the most part. Nantes, Tanto's home, about 14 degrees right now. Going over to Paris, we see about 13 there. That's not so bad. Zurich coming in at 14. Munich is 13, and Frankfurt is coming in at 11. Cologne coming in at 9. Yvonne Kunkel's house 7. UFO or UOF, what is it? OFU Lux, that's it. Anywhere from 7 to 11 degrees, not the store. And looks like Brussels about 9 degrees. And Belgium, and in general about those same temperatures, 7 to about 9. Looks like a 10 in Amsterdam, and average temperature anywhere from I guess 6, 7, 8. And you get up here, you get some 11s, so not that bad for those guys. And Holland, Berlin, you got to remember nighttime there. So Berlin is sitting at 8, Hamburg is sitting at 7, One of my home places there is 8 degrees there in Lübeck, and looking at about 9 to 10 degrees there for Copenhagen. Aarhus coming in about 6, and Oslo sitting at about 5, Stockholm about 8 right now, and going over to St. Petersburg, 7 degrees over there, and Moscow coming in at a wonderful 13 degrees for its nighttime temperature. London is about 9 and 10 degrees. Wales might be a little warmer on the coast, up to 14 I see, and Leeds is sitting at 11, Glasgow coming in at 9, Aberdeen 11, and we see up to about 12 or 13 degrees in some spots. Not bad for those guys. Looking at about 10 degrees in Dublin, and about, I don't know, 12 or 13 over there in Doolin. That's not bad. Looking at Iceland, I'm not sure if they're not getting a direct warmth. Very cold there. Should be warmer than that. 5, 6 degrees in Reykjavik, and yeah, single digits for the most part. Even cold, below freezing in a lot of places there in the ice areas, and that is what we're seeing. Again, coastal areas seem to be a little bit warmer. Let's move over to precipitation real quick. I'm just going to have a quick boo. I'm not going to go through too much. We do see some rain and stormy activity up in Alaska. Yukon is getting a rain, probably good right now if forest fires exist. Northern British Columbia got some rain. We do have some rain happening here in the foothills north of Calgary, and some isolated showers in Alberta. Moving over real quick, we do see a little bit up in the northern portions of Saskatchewan. Nunavut has got a storm going there with snow and everything else, and looks like Manitoba is getting some stuff up here by the big lake, getting some thunderstorms, and we see that going all the way down into North Dakota. Moving over, we see ice rain all the way along the coastal areas of the Hudson's Bay. Looks like pretty mild there for Toronto area and most of the St. Lawrence Seaway till you get out to the eastern portions here. Some rain in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, and of course here you better get your Cabot Patch Kids some raincoats. It looks like it's raining there. And of course we do see a little bit up in the northern portions of Newfoundland, and then Quebec and Labrador got some ice rain there as well. Looking at the U.S. real quick, we do see out west variable small storms all over the place, and then we get over into Wyoming and Montana's eastern side, some bigger storms happening, and even in Colorado and going down into New Mexico, we do see those storms. Not that bad in the other places, a little bit in Oklahoma, nothing crazy to worry about. Looks like a Chattanooga has got a little bit there, and a storm off the east coast. So if you're in Georgia or South Carolina, North Carolina on the coast, you got a big storm happening. And we do see some stuff down here in Florida, nothing too crazy. Looks like a bunch of rain down here in Jamaica, and of course Cuba and Dominican Republic, and what's the other one there? Darn it, Haiti. There we go. I had to think about that for a second. And then it looks like a bunch of rain in our Caribbean countries there as well. Same thing with Mexico, central areas, definitely getting a bunch of rain. Looks like a little bit along the coastline here, and looks like Honduras and El Salvador getting nailed. And of course, there we got some. Grandma B might get a wind and rain from that storm. You know, she could, depending on where that goes. If it moves up further north, it will definitely affect her there, Sue. But you never know. You never know. Northern portions of South America definitely have some rain again where they should be. And we see down here in the southern portions of Brazil, and a little bit in Argentina, nothing too crazy. And looking at New Zealand real quick, we see the South Island getting some rain, and the North Island as well a little bit. But Grenzed was saying that they're going to get some more weather, and there it is, and that will slowly move eastward and provide them with some more showers. Tasmania, western side, getting awful wet. Adelaide area looks like it's getting some moisture as well. The rest of Australia, nothing. And looks like Fiji, dry for the most part. Not that bad in New Caledonia or Vanuatu. Once you get over here in our other areas, Papua New Guinea, yep, you're starting to see more rain. Eastern portions of Indonesia, definitely getting some rain. Java doesn't look too bad, but off the coast of Sumatra, we're seeing some rain. Singapore getting some rain, and of course the interior portions of Thailand definitely getting some. And go figure, it's raining there in, well, Mawar heading for the Philippines. I hope they batten down the hatches. And we see Hong Kong has got a bunch of rain around it as well. And looks like North and South Korea are getting some rain. Here in the Yellow Sea, as well as getting out of the Sea of China. Not bad in Japan. Again, up here in the Russian areas, some ice rain and heavy snow, ice rain. It's not pretty. A little bit of rain in the Kamchatka Peninsula. And then we see some rain in India. And that is probably a welcome right now with the higher temperatures. We do see eastern portions of India are definitely getting some as well, as you can see all the way out here. So pretty wild. And South Africa, it's cold, but not very much rain. And central regions of Africa, we see the showers in the jungly areas. And let's see, is Piggy getting some rain? Nope. But looks like Crete is getting some, and northern Libya, definitely. A little bit of rain there at the top of the boot of Italy, and in Sicily. Getting up in the northern portions of Italy, we do see some rain on the, I guess, thunderstorms to the south of the Alps. Looks like if you're coming through the gates of Gibraltar, you're coming through a nice storm. Wow, that is going to be pretty nasty. Yep, and some rain in southern Spain. France looks dry. Germany, Belgium, Holland, Luxembourg, Denmark, all look dry. Same thing with our wonderful Poland there. And moving up, looking along the Norwegian coast again. Yep, snow and rain to be expected. A little bit bleeding into Sweden, but not much. Finland dry with the exception of a couple of spots. And yeah, don't go to Iceland. You'll get that. Iceland, not good. And that is what we see. Greenland, of course, I'm getting some stuff. Davis Straits here has that low right in the middle, and not good. And we are seeing some snow in northern Canada as well. Going to leave that be. Let's put it back on temperatures, and we will go find the coldest temperature on the planet real quick, and see what we can find. Minus 64 is what I see. Oh, there's a minus 70, minus 71, minus 73, 74, 75, minus 75 so far. There's a minus 77. Do we have anything a bit worse than a minus 77? 77 on the screen. Not seeing anything there. Let's check a few other spots here. Just cruise around. Minus 77 is the coldest I see. So 72, 77. Yep, I think we're going to stick with a minus 77 degrees Celsius. That is plenty cold. We don't need anything sillier than that. So, yep, a minus 77. And that is all. And that is it for today, ladies and gentlemen. And, Sue found that minus 77 too. It's a tie. There we go. And is that like a bow tie or just a regular tie? Anyway, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful show today, and we'll get it back on our canned lava. Thank you everyone for being here, and let's see if we can get. Well, I've got that working. Why is the rest of it not working? Windy.com. I'm just setting that other one back up here so I have it for tomorrow, and that is all good. SO2, there we go. I got myself back in action. And yeah, very poor weather there at Popocatépetl. I was hoping to be able to record a little bit tonight, but unfortunately the weather is not cooperating. As you've seen on the weather map, we do have some nasty stuff going on there. Anyway, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. So I gently say thank you for being here, and I appreciate all of you. That is awesome. Big thank you, of course, goes out to our moderators who help out with the show all the time. We've got our wonderful Arizona Snowman and Piggy, and of course C&D Boy, as well as possibly Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and Lucas Snow, and Joseph Fields, Texas, and maybe even Mona Lisa Smiles, and a few more. Thank you, moderators. You guys are awesome and do a fantastic job. Also, a big thank you to our super chatters and supporters here with the gifting. And Piggy had 2 super chats and one member 1 month gift membership for today. And Michael Olson also threw in a nice super chat. Thank you very kindly, you guys. That is appreciated. For those others who are here, if you haven't hit that like button, give it a quick bump now. I thank all of you for being here, and hopefully we'll get more stuff done for tomorrow. A big thank you to Sue Hayes for sending in the volcano report and the other reports as well. Thank you, Sue. Appreciate that. And on that friendly note, it's time for me to wrap it up. I am extremely tired. I am going to go take a nap shortly. for maybe about 45 minutes or so to recharge my batteries, if you know what I'm saying. So thanks everyone for being here, and I hope that you all remember tomorrow the stream starts early, and keep that in mind. Good night. You sound better. Thank you, Judy, and I do feel better, and honestly my nose and everything is not as clogged up by any means, and I was able to rest well yesterday, and of course that did help a whole bunch. So let's leave it as that. I'm gonna cut it short there, and otherwise I'm gonna end up losing my voice. So thank you everyone for being here. Be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, and do me the biggest favor. Please, please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. Good night, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Oink, oink.